Hey, welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. By Mouth Daily. Pill number 854. Dang it, and double dog dang it, to heck. Alright. Are you all here to light my fire? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Set phasers to flaming. Go, gadget, fire. Alright. So some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 854 pills, 854 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she knell, hell. Heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played in the 19th century, Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo... The show now takes place in an echo chamber. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy. Nanu, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me, creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds, and wham bam! Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumpturesses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me barebag all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo. All right. Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy birthday to Kara. And I saw Damo here earlier. And who else now did I see? Dang it. Ed Shizzle. Hello. How are you? Steve Johnson. White Castle. Well, I don't know. That's awful. Did you just eat it? Whatchamacallit? For food poisoning takes 24 hours. My tooth. I chipped my tooth and it bothers me. I have the dentist appointment on Thursday. Hopefully they'll be able to fix something about it. Bridget, hello! Dang it. Well, that's true, I think, Harley. I think that's true. It probably already has, but we'll continue to do so. Audra, hello! Alright, what's the next step? Time to... Other places, they raise the roof. Here, we blow the motherfucking roof off and raise the floor. Because a rising floor lifts all feet. Bang it and double dog bang it. Yeah, you got here really early. Damo usually come in for the end. Hammer, screw, nail, pound. Construction noises. Dang it, Kelly. Dang it, right to heck. All right. All right, time to get the floor. Beep. Floor is going up, Josh. Good to see you, man. I don't know about that. Cancer is not one illness, right? It's multiple illnesses. I think. Thanks, Steve. I've always been a night owl. Hey, Wes Gray. It is 1 a.m. where I am. It's just turned 1 a.m. How are you, Ruben? Where are you? What time is it where you're at? Dang it. Oh, I hope you feel better soon. Hopefully it's not too bad, man. All right. Let's bring out Disco Jesus. Before we build it up, we gotta break it down. Yay for night owls. I didn't hear it, Matthew. I don't smell it, so you're good. You're alright. Thanks, Nate. Alright, so some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the book of face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 854 pills, 854 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she know. Hell, I mean heck, the show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble at a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, hey, Danny Jones and Danny and Danny, double of Danny, double of fun. Heaps of Benny Hill, or just explaining what the show is. Heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf. No, it would be an I Love Lucy edition, if you were right, Danny. Let's see. A tincture of Teen Wolf. Ow, ow, ow! An ounce of Oz. A cup of Creep Show and Cast Away. I actually have a working one, Steve Johnson. They make those. A cup of Creep Show and Cast Away. A quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse. A pinch of Peter Pan. Pinch of Peter Pan. A pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from trans-sexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, full. Fill me, creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, Kelly and Sandy. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen, and their... Hey, Jim Justice... the Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will rain, like men did in the days of old. I do, Courtney, just not very often. Need to shower more. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV for me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love! Hey, Joe! Ooh, I didn't see who said hi, Jason, above Steve there, but... Woo. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Double dog, dang it. All right. You missed probably the beginning of the premise, Danny. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We all have a right to set our boundaries how we see fit, I guess. I hope so, Sarah. I hope so. I'm a big fan of nostalgia for sure. Let's give Danny Jones a shout out. He's new, right? You're new, Danny. Danny Jones, we love you. Danny Jones, we love you. Danny Jones, we love you. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. What's all these numbers? Oh, thanks, Danny. Well, Josh, people, kept asking me what the show is about, ever since I began. And you keep repeating the same answer over and over again. And, I don't know exactly. I should go back and look. But, let's say 100 pills in, I had a stock answer that pretty much, I had a basic framework, like a little bit this ingredient and this ingredient, it's like kind of the basic. And then when I went to write it down, I added all the other pieces. But it mostly wrote itself over time, and then I kind of enhanced it when I actually wrote it down. What are you doing, Matthew? What are you guys doing? I'm so confused. Thanks, David Moline. Thank you so much. It's been, I like to say I accidentally stumbled into finding purpose in my life. It was about 100 pills in, I realized, hey, this is why I exist. All right, whatever floats your boat, man. Whatever floats your boat. Let's see here. Thank you, Sandy. I don't believe that, Sonia. I think That's all random. I think it's all random. Dang it. We have to find. I think we all have to find purpose for ourselves and dang it, decide. This is my reason, Ben. This is my reason. Indeed. I think it's important too. Every night I teach somebody new about prep and about U equals U. More than one person, probably every night. No, I have it memorized. I had it in my head before before I ever actually wrote it down. Ben da badas. Ben da badas. Ben da badas. We love you. Ben da badas. We love you. Thanks, Ben. Thank you. Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. By-Mouth Daily, pill number 854. You were wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. It's just my home. This is my kitchen right here. And find support. After 854 pills, 854 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy do she Nell. Hell, I mean, heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull from the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, ow, 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 an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fall filmy creature of the night, an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and Wham Bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Where's my trolley? Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Let's see. Everything is out of place here, including especially... Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for Hawaii Fives. The first on the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. Dylan wants to buy a couch? I can sell you a couch. Hang on. We'll have an auction after I finish this explanation here. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP. Pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo. Hey, Kim. Hey, Susan. U equals U. Indeed. All right. Time to light the mini fireplace. Mr. Rogers' his mom made most of the sweaters for him. His mom made those sweaters for him. I think that's why he wore them. Mr. Rogers' mom made most of the sweaters for him. Which I think is sweet. All right. Danny Jones is shook. What happened to you, man? Did I rock your world? Sweet. Hey, Dylan. Hey, that's probably the case. I'm a registered nurse, board certified in psychiatry, but I'm also a patient, right? I've had 5 of my own psychiatric hospitalizations. And I also agree with that too, Callie, as my professional opinion. I think mental illness is universal. I think at some point in life, all of us reach a circumstance that's too difficult for us to cope with alone. Collective Speaks knows. No, that's a myth. No, and he didn't. He didn't wear the sweaters to cover up tattoos, and he never killed anybody in war. He was never. He was actually, I think, a pacifist, I believe, but he definitely wasn't in the Marines. Wasabi Way is here. Hey, Wasabi. No, we didn't, Callie. I am married. I am. 2 kids. Hey there, man. Good to meet you, Ben. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. I've been wrong lots of times. No. Bob Ross, he might have been in the military. That sounds vaguely familiar. Maybe you're crossing wires there with Bob Ross. I don't know, though. Time for words. That sounds good, Joanna. Good to see you. All right, new words of the day. Mr. Rogers was pretty much a saint, right? Like, he had no discernible vices, I read. Right. Didn't smoke, drink, do drugs. He's married to the same woman for 40 years. One thing the only thing came close to a vice is he would swim naked at various clubs in the area that he lived that allowed for naked swimming. Drunk. Drunk is the first word. I hate to get drunk. I puke when I get drunk. All right, and the next word is incredible. It's incredible how drunk you are. Yeah, if Mr. Rogers had one flaw, Morgan Shoemake, it was the fact that he was too perfect, right? Like, set this unachievable standard that that none of us can meet. He needed to be more human. Welcome back, Joey Rudis. He's from my hometown, Pittsburgh. Nice. Oh, nice. How cool would that have been to meet him? You must drink a lot then, Jim. Ouch. That takes a lot of alcohol, I think. Is that right, Jordan? Dang it. Let's see. Well, it didn't take that long to set up, like, because we're just sitting on top. Everything's sitting on top of my cupboards, like the laminate flooring, this piece of laminate flooring, and this one down here. You know, that just took a couple seconds. I just set them up here. I take this one down every night because this piece of laminate flooring is sitting on the cupboard doors. I open up the cupboard doors and sit it on top of it, and then this one up here is actually sitting on top of the cupboards. There's like 3 inches between. So yeah, I pull this part down. That's why you saw me setting it up, and I set this part up, and then when the show's over, I put everything up here and pull it down. So like it just took one episode, one pill. Like once I used to do the show sitting down here, at the kitchen island down here. I would stand right about here to do the show, and the camera would be right here. And one day my wife is complaining about like all this shit on top of the counter, and she's like, "We should set you up a room in one of the spare bedrooms, or." And I'm like, "No, I need this room." So I was sitting down here, and I'm like, "Oh shit, my wife's pissed. What am I gonna do?" And I looked up in the corner over here, and I said, "Oh, Eureka! Jason, do what you always do. Get high." Yeah, once I moved up here, it was pretty fast. Thanks, Andrew J. Speck. Dang it. I don't know, Jordan could say my life's empty. I'm filled with all of these wonderful people here. Dang it. I'm out, Morgan. I'm out. It's painful. Dang it. Hey, Jody, May Sanders, hello. Thanks, Ben. I'm jealous, Laura. Blow some this way. Can't get high enough. Collective speaks. Dang it, right to Hex. Alright, do that for me, Morgan. I'm gonna share the show again. Sounds good, Ben. I know, right? I was thinking about shaving it again. Is this your first time here, Andrew J. Speck? Hey, Linda Buford. Dang it. Let's see. Where should we share it to? Let's go to Art and Artists. This post is why we can't have nice things. And what else? How about depression support group? And Facebook viral videos. There we go. Go to bed, Dave Fleming. Why are you sending Dave to bed? Let him stay and hang out with us. Hey, Jeremy. Not too shabby. I'm surviving, I guess. I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't smoke with you guys. Just sit on my hands, I guess. Dang it. I love you too, Jeanette. I'm all out. I know. Oh, wow. I don't have any. Oh well. I can stay awake forever when I'm high. Oh, rub it in, Jeremy. Rub it in. I know, right? Send him over here. Send him this way. Well, Jeremy, I can't solicit, of course. But I would send you my address and invite you to visit though anytime. Stop in. It's too kind, though. It's too kind. Thank you. I know. I wish I lived in a legal state. Thanks, Danny. Thank you. I don't know. I think we're going to Florida over spring break. So that's why I want to move. I wanted to move there, Jeremy, ever since the first time I visited. The first time I visited Oregon was 2005 when I graduated nursing school. It's kind of like a celebration trip. My then fiance and I don't think so, Dave. I don't believe in a soul, so I don't think so. Yep, I went to Crater Lake. Twice I've been to Crater Lake. It's the most gorgeous place in the world. I've been to Denver once, too. That was pretty cool, too. I went to Pikes Peak. That trip was like, I found out on that trip I was diagnosed with HIV on that trip. I think we're going to Destin, Florida. Do you know where that is, Sandy? That's cool. Spring break. I don't even know when spring break. Oh, I had a pounding headache. I got altitude sickness. And my wife and I started having a big fight too. It's bad. It was bad. That was a rough trip. Nice, Morgan. Nice. Oh, cool, Sarah. They say lots of things. I don't know. To scare you and and to ensure your obedience. That's why they say it. I gotta find out when spring break is, Audra. I think, I don't know. Oh, it's the Casio LK175 keyboard. It's a sampling demo. No, I'm a registered nurse with board certification in psychiatry. I think my board certification has lapsed, to be honest, but I believe MI is Michigan, but I guess I'm not 100% certain on that. I am an Aquarius. I will, Audra. I'll let you know. I'm hearing a little feedback. cool, Linda? One of my coworkers on the psych unit, she was studying for that. I think there's good money in it. Well, I don't currently have any patients. I've been off work for over 2 years now. I'm applying for disability, but what I would say to patients about marijuana, I would encourage harm reduction, right? And like so. Don't judge people for regardless of what drug it was. I would say regardless of what choices they make, just to not beat up on themselves, not feel guilty, and respect the fact that in the past substances is what they use to cope. I just try to approach it from a non-judgmental source. Consciousness is an interesting concept. I think it's fleeting and finite, rather than infinite and pervasive. Oh, it causes I've heard of CBD at least being used to treat seizures, but it actually causes seizures for you, Oren? That's rough. I think a lot of places, the stigma is coming off of weed, and it's being seen more as a therapeutic intervention. That is weird, Callie. Do you work in a dispensary, Jeremy? Oh, that's rough, Warren. That's rough. I've done cocaine, but it's not my choice. Not my drug of choice for sure. I had an ex that was big into it. Oh, that's super cool, Jeremy. That's so cool. That's like a dream job. Wow. I don't think CBD would do it for me. I've never tried it, but how do you even know it's working if it doesn't get you high? That's what I think to myself. The same track as what, Chris? It's a sampling demo on the LK175 keyboard. Howdy, John Zorn. Yeah, it's like I never tried it, Jesse. I never tried the CBD. God, my hands are all dry and itchy. I should put lotion on them. Edibles, I never like. Edibles, the effects seem so subtle to me, too. You know, I'll eat like 2 100 milligram things and still like not really feel anything. Mary Cats, hello. Are we still gonna make babies, Mary Cats? Oh, I love you. Mary, you're so cool because like I don't know. I've just pretty much left the Discordian Society because, like, a lot of my old friends from there are like, I don't know, they're just shitty and spread stigma. You're right away from the beginning. You're always so sweet. I just love you. I'll never forget that. So thank you, Mary Cats. And you're a psych nurse too to beat. Let's give Mary Cats a shout out. Mary Cats, we love you. Yay, yay, we all love Mary. I'm gonna get a drink of water here. Rough draft of what? At some point, I think we'll read a story tonight. We started a story a couple nights ago, a short story by Stephen King from Night Shift. We're reading the first story, what's it called? Jerusalem's Lot, and it's about zombies. We got it to the point where, so this guy's cousin died and left him this really like this fancy old house, and it had been in their family for a long time, generations, right? And everybody in the town says the house is cursed, and they've been hearing noises. Him and the person that lives with him been hearing noises in the walls, and they'd just gone down the basement and they saw basically zombies of their dead relatives, of his dead relatives. One hung himself and he still had rope burned around his neck, and the other one fell down the stairs and her neck was all broken. Oh boy. You guys want to help me share the show? The other night we had 100 shares. That was pretty good. Share it to all the largest groups you're in. Advertise your business on Facebook and Facebook live streaming. Facebook live video streaming. And Facebook live streaming. Pictures of wet symbols. I mean, dirty videos? I don't know. Oh, let me show you guys what... Look at this. Like, this is... any clue what this might be? So my boys and I was taking Sophie, our dog, for a walk. And, in this puddle on the sidewalk, there's these bubbles coming up through the crack. And so just, I'll show you. Tell me what you guys think it might be. Should we play some Bop It? Yeah, I don't know. Like 3 people, I posted the video to Facebook. 3 people suggested there was a water line break, or possibly, and then another person said they saw something similar and it was a gas line break. I don't know what you guys are talking about. What's the slow process? And then other people said some stuff too. I wasn't sure what they were talking about. Oh, the good listener stuff. I don't know what that was about. Mary Ward, you sound new. Let's give you a shout out. Mary Ward, we love you. Mary Ward, we love you. We love you. Mary Ward, welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 854. You were wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 854 pills, 854 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she knell, heck. The show has it all. Thank you, Elizabeth. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. Hey, Sal. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I called the Rainbow Tunnel. Thanks, Elizabeth. The Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, ow, 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 an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me, I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fill me, creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first on the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen, and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo. Hey, C-Rock, thank you. Thank you, man. So that's the show in a fairly large nutshell. All right. Should we play a record? That sounds kind of nice. Oh, thank you, Mary. Thank you. Hey, Randy. Hello. Hey, Misty Miller. Welcome. I'm gonna play I Can't Give You Anything But Love. Hey, Jesse Stone. I Can't Give You Anything But Love by Rose Murphy. She also, she was known as the Chi-Chi Girl because of the fun noises she would make. Well, thanks for sharing me. Thanks. Who's Aaron? Crank it and 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 crank it. like the crackling back there too, Callie. Good morning, Jeff Rosen. How are you, man? Are you all healed? Is your knee all healed up? It was your knee, right? Knee or hip? Woo. Hey, April. The Facebook decides that. I'd encourage you to just make comments and share the show and just interact with the page a lot, but especially share the show. Spread it. Spread me like a virus. The only thing I have power to do is take away the top fan status. I can't grant it. By sharing to all the largest groups you're in. That should do the trick. I'm going to share again to the video groups. Let's see. Go to Amazing Design, Art, and Videos around the world. And art, design, abstract, illusion, something art, video, sculpture. Craziest videos, and one more will go to crazy videos too. I'm jealous, Jeff. I'm jealous. It's a close call. Lisa McCartney, is it McCartney? I can't read the. After I'm done playing this game, I'll explain it to you. All will be revealed. Don't worry, Teresa. All will be revealed. Oh, fuck it. I'll just tell you guys now. Lisa Ann McElhenney, we love you! Correct me if I'm wrong. Teresa and Terry too. To Jason is a social scientist, and welcome to everyone. Jason is a social scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 854. You are wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. Hey, Emily. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 854 pills, 854 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she knell, hell, I mean heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. Hey, Laura. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Oh, good. Lisa's still here. Good. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, ow, 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 an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with Antissa. Teresa Berryman Poff, we love you. Patient. Hey, Aaron, the person that said I was a social freak. Hey, how's it going? I'll sell you a coach. Hang on just a second. Let me finish this. Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. College Drive I Spy, couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, patience, Aaron, a spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s, the first. I'm the second coming. Will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, if you want the couch, you have to be patient. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, she's really impatient for that couch. Well, let me get my auctioneer hat on. If you do this right. Okay. Okay? I love you too, Jeanette. I love you too. All right. Coming up next, we have lovely lot number 69. My hair is crazy. Dang it. She is mad, isn't she? All right, so light red. Comes in a lovely shade of light red. And it's got beautiful faux claw feet here, faux metal claw feet. And for the lonely troll, the lucky lonely troll that takes this couch home, the couch opens up, and it comes not with one, not with two, not with three, not with four, but five trolls. So the lonely troll that wins this couch will be lonely no longer. And to top it all off, I know that's a lot right there, but it comes not with one, not with two, not with three, not with four, not with five, not even six, not even seven, not even eight. Count them, nine cum stains. So, the crusty areas right here, all through here, that's all cum stains. Oh yes. So bidding starts at at Tree Fitty. Do I have Tree Fitty? Do I have Tree Fitty? Dang it. Oh. Dang it. Oh, forget it. I'm keeping the couch. Dang it. She does like to talk, that's true. Dang it. Oh, you don't want it anymore? Dang it. Oh. BSAU? No. Hey, Chris Hood. Long time no see. Dang it. Birthday. All right, now what's the next step? I don't know. We're going to read the story, but I don't know if we're quite ready for that. Dang it. I'm all out of weed, so just hang around here, I guess. I keep the couch. I always get mad, cancel the bids, and keep the couch. It was a funny line though, Terry. It's funny. Hilarious. It never gets old. Dang it, dang it, dang it. That'd be fun. That's why I always wear this. That's why this is my couch auction hat. This is my special hat for couch auctions, Teresa. I'm prepared. I always take them at the very end, Danny. I like to say it's the anticlimax of the show when I actually swallow the pill. Takes 4 hours to get there. I love you too, Christine. Thank you. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, I love you, Kelly. Thank you. Oh, this is pretty much my life, Trisha. No, I mean, like I've got 2 boys, so I'm a father, so I do that. What's the rest of your question? I couldn't only see half of your question here. Oh, well, thank you, Trisha. Thank you very much. This is me. I took this as a compliment. One of my closest friends from high school. I don't see her a lot anymore, but I was helping her move a little while ago, and she said she watches the show sometimes. She just said, "You know what I like about the show, Jason? It's like hanging out with you. It's just like," and she's like, "Yeah, that's it." So I don't know. That made me feel really good. I'm still the same person that I always was. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Maybe I'll share the show again. Spread me like a virus. I think you're brilliant, Trisha. Anything that confirms my worldview, I go along with. All right. Let's go to USA Art Gallery. Where else? Do I collect anything? Oh, thank you for sharing it. I can't see who shared it, but thank you. Not actively. I don't collect anything actively. Yeah, nothing active. Like when I was growing up, I collected He-Man and Star Trek. U equals U. That's right, Emily. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You can't make me watch that. I'll try that group. Let's do one more. Live Art Nation. We'll go there. You know, like some of the stuff was sent to me when I was still working. I worked night shift, and I get off work in the morning like 7:30 a.m. and every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when I was working, when I get off that morning, I'd stop at every garage sale. After my kids were born, I'd stop at all the garage sales between the hospital and home, and just buy I'd bring home a trunk load of toys. And so like the miniature furniture that was like all bought in a shoebox, like the little miniature entertainment center, the chair was sent to me, but I used to have another miniature chair until that I got an upgrade. The fireplace, the little mini sewing machine, that was all. The Pac-Man things were just candy dishes. The little miniature keyboard somebody sent me. I try to match up things in the distance with things up here. Manskiller's here. Steven wasn't getting attention, so he just came under a different name, apparently. Dang it. Oh, that's cool, Trisha. Not from original, like the 30s, right? Or so I think that cartoon goes all the way back to the 30s. Stephen always goes on and on about God too. How long did it take me to get all set up, Danny? Not like, once I decided to put the show up here, I answered this a little bit earlier. Once I decided to put the show up here, it didn't take too long to piece it all together. I mean, it kind of evolved and things got added. No, but the Gumbies are stretched. I saw a miniature Stretch Armstrong the other day at Target. I thought about buying it, but it'd be hard to fit him in here. Great catch, Elizabeth. I wasn't breastfed as a baby. And my mom smoked through her whole pregnancy with me. Turned out alright, I guess. That's fun, Trisha. I suspect. I don't know anything. And it really doesn't matter. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Gratuitous side distraction. That's fun, Trisha. That's fun. Education is the progressive realization of one's own ignorance. I like that saying. Sleeping. I think actually Laura's watching TV in the other room. She was watching Good Doctor earlier and forget what. No, well, there might be a couple spinning tops in the basement. No. It's 2:30 in the morning. 2:30. Donnie Gentry, hi, nice to see you. Gentry, isn't that guy from? Isn't it Robert Baratheon's son, bastard son in Game of Thrones? Maybe his name is Gendry, not Gentry. All right, enjoy that, Jeanette. 7:40 a.m. in the UK. Nice. You guys don't do daylight savings time, right? That's why it's closer now. I'm glad you had a good day, Bruce. I can't read the last part. New Zealand's though is nice though. Got a number of Kiwis here. I think there's some Lincoln logs in the basement. So you have the dialysis at home? That's cool. Do you do it every day then? Is that... You said a rector. No, I don't have one of those. "28 days straight. Yikes, Donnie, yikes." What was I looking up here? I wanted to look up something. I forgot what I was going to do now. I have my phone open. I can't remember. Yeah, spring forward, fall back. Dang it. Yep. Oh, tomorrow it's going to be like 60 degrees. Yeah, there's definitely a strong debate whether it's worthwhile to do. Oh, I know what I was gonna look up. New Zealand is the sixth country, the country that has the sixth on the number of followers of the page. 95 viewers from New Zealand, 8,000 from the United States, 590 from the UK, 441 from Canada, 414 from Australia, 176 from India, and 95 from New Zealand. I am in Wisconsin, yes. Madison, Wisconsin. I was born in Baraboo, Wisconsin. I've traveled a little bit, but I've always lived within 50 miles where I stand. Hey, babe. What are you up to? I do, Lisa. I do. A cat keyboard? Never heard of a cat keyboard. I don't drink this, I'm not that much anymore.
I shouldn't do it.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form into Mumra, the ever-living. Ah! Thunder, thunder, Thundercats! Ho! Shucks, thanks, Emily. Never been to North Dakota. Been to South Dakota. The Badlands. Sounds good, Jeanette. Ralph Mouth. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Ralph Mouth, we love you. Ralph Mouth! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. Buy Mouth Daily. Pill number 854. You were wondering what I'm doing? I'm doing my show. You might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I said I've never been to North Dakota. I've only been to South Dakota. To the Badlands. It's cool there. So, I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 854 pills, 854 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, I'm boy to sheet now. Hell, I mean, heck! This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show. Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, ow, 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 an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show, a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, hey Tony Lee, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania, ha ha. Come up to the lab, see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Fill me. Full. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives the first. On the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies, the Supermen. And their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working in the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will rain, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now in time immemorial. If I let people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there is a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo. Hey, Mama G. So that's the show in a fairly large nutshell, I like to say. That's right, Emily. Woo. You two, Donnie, how so? You two what? Preloaded. What are we talking about? All right. I'm going to do a load of dishes tonight. Might do that quick. The kitchen sink got clogged. That was really... Oh, gotcha. It was really hard to... I had to plunge it. It was, like, really difficult. Oh, nice to see you, Bruce. And then there was water underneath the sink afterwards. I don't know. I'm a little worried. Like, I read instructions to pour boiling water, but I hope that didn't damage it. Like, warp it or something. But I want to run the dishes long, and I do the dishes, and I figure that leaving the water run that long will tell me if it's leaking or not. I've never had the kitchen sink clogged before, though. It was really, and then there was like it was hard too because there's like multiple holes. Like I had to like have one hand on the plunger, or like, and then I had like, and then the plug, the drain plug, I had to put that on the other one and plunge it with the other hand, and And then even when I had that plugged, there's like some other little thing on top that was spraying out of. Well, one said don't do it if you had PVC, but I only saw that after I did it. But I don't know. Hopefully I'll be alright. I finally got it to go. I almost gave up. I worked on it for like an hour and a half, and I was all sweaty, like nasty shit spraying all over me. Do you think the pressure was enough? Like, just all that pressure pushed it out? Because normally the drain isn't pressurized. Maybe that's it. No, I finally got it. I finally got it. I turned on the sink for a little bit, and it didn't seem like it was leaking. But I want to leave the water on for a while and see if. Yeah, the water seems to go down fine now. I didn't see any obvious sign of it breaking, but I should have done a plumbing edition for that one. I have another plumbing edition when the toilet was clogged, and I put a snake down the toilet, and when I pulled it back out, I got a credit card on the toilet. That was pretty cool. It expired in like 2012, and I found it last year. I don't know how long it'd been down there, but pay-per-use toilet, somebody got the wrong idea. That was my wife's credit card. I don't know how it got down there. That was a successful plumbing edition. I also changed the, I forget what you even call it. It's this long metal thing that slides into the outdoor hose spigot. So I had to replace the whole thing. But I did that too. It was successful. Still on the kitchen sink, I still have to replace the hose on the thingamajigger. Anyway, on the sprayer, the sprayer end broke, and I replaced the end, but then it was leaking. I think I damaged the seal about how the thing connects. That's funny, Emily. Electric eel. Spigot. Dang it. Maybe I'll do the dishes quick. Hang on, I'll be back. What? What's wrong, Laura? Laura, what's wrong?
What? Nothing.
think any water leaked. That sucks, Emily. Hopefully it doesn't go up for long. Is it storming or something? Hey, Shody Bosun. All right, dishes are done. How is everyone? I didn't hit start, I guess. Just chilling like a villain. I'm surviving. Maybe we should finish up the short story now. Anybody wondering what the show is about? Anybody new here before I start the short story? So we're halfway through Jerusalem's Lot. It's a short story by Stephen King, and his book of short stories called Night Shift. And so far, we're reading about. We're halfway through, and this guy inherited the house from his cousin, and oh, good, your power's back on. Good. And so the cousin, he inherited this house. And the house is, it's like this old fancy house, and his family has lived in it for generations, and when he gets there, like the people in the town that are all like sketched out by him, by the house in particular, and he thinks it's all just superstition, but he and his friend can hear these noises in the walls, and they end up going, like, they also hear about, and not only are they afraid of the house, but they also hear about this other town. I think it's called Jerusalem's Lot, and they go there. It's an abandoned town, and the church has like an gold upside down cross, and something about the Church of the Worm or something like that, and then when he goes down in the basement, he like sees like his cousin committed suicide in the house, and then another relative like fell down the cellar stairs and died, and they see that the person that fell down the stairs like with a broken neck, and the cousin that died is they see that his body with like the hang marks around his neck, and they're basically zombies chasing him, and that's kind of where we left off. Shody wants to know about U equals U. Yeah, it's a movement in the HIV community that the UN, AIDS, CDC, the governments of various countries, like the Canadian government, I think, and the law is recognizing it in a lot of places. The fact that there's medical evidence that solid medical evidence that when a person has a viral load, that's what they measure, how much of the virus is in. When they do a viral load on me, they measure how much of the virus they can measure in a drop of blood, and when a person's viral load is like so low that it's undetectable, studies have proven that a person can't transmit the virus. And so the studies are they call it Partner 1, Partner 2, and there's a third study. And in Partner 1, they followed 1,300 couples, 800 gay couples, 500 straight couples, and there were couples like my wife and I. So one of them's they call them serodiscordant couples. One of them is one of the people is living with HIV, and the partner is HIV negative, and the partner can't be using PrEP, like pre-exposure protocol, and no condom, so it's like straight up barebacking. And they followed those couples over a course of 2 years, roughly 50,000 sex acts. And the end of Partner 1, they concluded that not a single transmission occurred between the person living with HIV participating in the study and their partner. And then they followed it. Like after that study it came out, a lot of people signed up. The CD, not like UNAIDS, a bunch of like the eminent doctors in the field all said that. But a few people were still waiting out for more evidence. So that like Partner 2 came out because they said they didn't have enough basically anal sex documented to really feel statistically solid. But after Partner 2, that I don't know the numbers as well as on that one, but they covered that was all gay couples. And by the end of Partner 1, Partner 2, they had between 100 and 150,000 documented anal sex acts, unprotected anal sex acts between a person living with HIV that was undetectable and their partner without a single transmission. And after that, all the doctors and everybody was like, okay, that's rock solid. They're it was like, so they're comfortable in saying there's zero chance. It's not possible for a person that with an undetectable load to transmit the virus. And yeah, so that's what U equals U mean. U equals U means. All right. Exactly. There's what they call like a reservoir. It's like when the there's cells that the medication can't reach. That when the virus isn't being suppressed, then when medication, when you stop taking the medication, the virus comes back within. I don't know exactly, but I know for myself. When I went into the hospital a couple years ago, the hospital didn't have my medication, and I couldn't get it for 4 days. I did a viral load right after that because I was due anyway, and I was just curious to see if 4 days without meds would. And my viral load came back at 100. It can go up in the millions, so. And 100 is still undetectable internationally because not every country uses, or every place uses as sensitive a tests. Here is 20 copies of the virus per whatever is detectable, but internationally, and what the studies were based on were a viral load of 200. Yeah, the cures are two, possibly the third one they're waiting on a few more months, but he's been 18 months undetectable without medication. And that cure isn't applicable to everybody or most people, really, because it's just too risky. And the only incentive to do it is if you're treating cancer. If you get a certain blood cancer and you need a bone marrow transplant, which is a really risky procedure, if you happen to have HIV too, they'll look for a donor that not only matches you but also has this mutation and particular whatever that when they have that mutation they're immune to HIV, and it's a pretty rare mutation. But if you get a bone marrow transplant, you grow that person's immune system, and a person if they have HIV and they grow the bone marrow from a person that is immune to it, that's able to suppress the virus. Then their body is able to suppress the virus on its own. The virus can come back with a vengeance for sure when medication stops. But hey, Mantani. Yeah, it doesn't provide an immediate path to cure for anybody else. It proves that it's possible, like if you were able to adapt the immune system in a certain way, but it's a long way off before they can. They don't offer it as a primary treatment. You need to have cancer, and you wouldn't want to do it. It's just too risky. The risks far outweigh the benefit especially when there's ways to treat it perfectly safely. I contracted HIV through unprotected sex. I like to say I took a calculated risk, just poorly calculated, because the last thing I learned about HIV is that. Or when I learned about HIV last, one of the things I learned was that receptive anal sex is the riskiest form. So I always made a guy wear a condom if he fucked me, but there were occasions where I didn't wear a condom, in my mind, that's the riskiest form. So other forms of sex are less risky, and it didn't work out that well. You do have to find a donor, and they have a registry of people with that mutation that are willing to do bone marrow transplants, but you also need to have the cancer too, and you don't really want that. I don't think. There's other cool things on the horizon. They're a long-acting med. Eventually, you might need to just get a shot every 3 months. That's basically just a long-acting version of the pill. But I won't switch to that. I'll just keep doing the pill. But that'll be good for a lot of people, though, especially people that struggle with compliance. That is a really good option, I think. That'd be super nice, I'm okay with it now and I really enjoy it, but before I did the show and taking the pill every day was a real bitch, it's just this reminder every day, you've got this virus, your HIV every time you swallow it's a reminder, right? And now I turned it into something that's positive and it's something I enjoy, right? But for the first year before I started the show, I resented having to take the pill for sure. I don't pay anything out of pocket. My insurance covers it. Oh, thank you, Emily. Thank you. My insurance covers it, but yeah, it's $3,000 a month. The insurance pays, and then the copay is like $500, but the drug company picks up the copay unless you make like over $200,000 or something like that dollars a year. They'll pick up the cost of the copay. That's cool, Shody. Yeah, spread the good news. I think the U equals U and PrEP are a really powerful message is together to fight stigma. It's like one really puts the power in a person's hand where they can like do something proactively for their own health and to protect themselves, and then U equals U, which is really yeah, it's life-changing for people with HIV. It really is. Like, to not I didn't have like I wasn't diagnosed for like it was less than a year before U equals U was like, and it was already on the horizon, you know, like and so I didn't have to live with the idea, you know, it doesn't feel great, you know, like knowing something and believing it, like feeling it are two different things, but like I didn't have to live for very long believing that I was infectious, right, and having to like feel like I was a danger to the people I cared about, and yeah, like to be, you know, be told with like it, and to really feel it like with certainty that, you know, like it's safe, like it's yeah, it's really life-changing. Yeah, Danny, there is a pill you can, like, people who are HIV negative can take. Yep, the pill is called Truvada, and it's a daily pill. It's made out of the same medications. Like Truvada is 2 medications in it. So, like, if you had HIV, there would be a third medication you'd add into that to treat HIV. But two, they just use 2 to prevent it, and it's when used properly, it's like birth control. When it's used properly, it's 99% effective. Pre-exposure, yep, PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada. Most insurance will cover it. You're too sweet, Shody Bosin. Thank you. Well, that's what, I feel like not everybody wants to sign up to, oh, let's go learn about HIV, right? Like, people like, like, I don't know, like, I feel like the bells and whistles, like all the stuff going on in the show is, like, hopefully it's enough to be like, oh, what's this? And then, aha! I got your attention long enough to teach you something. Christine, he's never going to stop watching. He's been watching for a long time under various different names. I just don't engage with him anymore. I don't even speak to him. It's just not worth it. He's here to cause problems and be mean and whatever. It's all good. I don't block anybody, and for one, it wouldn't be effective because he has like hundreds of profiles, like I think literally hundreds. I'm not the only person he like. I'm not his only victim, right? He harasses people even worse than me. Like some of the stuff he does is really, really nasty. And so it would just give him a lot of satisfaction to be blocked, and he would just come at me with a different profile. And I don't know. I'm not gonna spend my time blocking people. I'm not gonna do it. I tell myself, and I think it's true. There's I remind myself of the benefit that trolls bring, right? Like negative examples can serve just as, it can be just as powerful or almost as powerful as a positive example. When somebody is like mean and cruel to you for no reason, then everybody else that sees it be like, oh, that's not how I want to behave. Like that's ugly to watch. And I don't know. Oh, thanks, Danny. Yeah, it made me feel better when I realized who he was. Like, he's the admin for this group called the Discordian Society. That I have a lot of with some of the people in the Discordian Society, I have 800 mutual friends with them. So like I've been in that group for 5 years, right? And like I said, he's the admin there. And, like some of the he's pretty much gutted and destroyed that group, right? Like, I don't know. He's gotten people fired in that group. He's had people called CPS. Like one of the group members died, and his wife was a member of it too, and he harasses this guy. He was this guy is really loved within the group, and he harasses his widow. Tells her that he wants to fuck her son, her minor age son, and sends just nasty, just the nastiest things you can think of. There's no shame. This man has no shame. Yeah. What can you do? What can you do? Oh, like his trolling here is just like his side project. He's got like a whole group of victims that he that he cultivates. But no, it did make me feel better when I realized it was him, just to put a name on it. Like I didn't know who it was and why they're bothering me. But it turns out he's just jealous because like he really turned on me when this page got bigger than the Discordian Society. He just got jealous, I think. The Luciferian Society. That sounds interesting. Should we finish up that short story soon? Yeah, Steven is just his most recent profile. Like again, like people have really gotten mad at me for not blocking him. I get people that like blame the victim sort of thing, right? Why don't you do something about this? You know, I don't think there's a lot I could do, and even if I could, I wouldn't because. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like. Well, so many of the people that came here started off as trolls, and yeah, let's do the short story. I'll finish it up. All right, I'll explain where we're at. Right, so this guy inherited a house from his cousin after he committed suicide. It's this really nice house, and the house had been in the family for generations. And when he moves into the house, like the whole town around is like all creeped out by him and by the house. No one will come to the house and do cleaning or anything. And there's rumors about like this abandoned town near their town, and so he and his friend go to this town and find it's a deserted town, and in the church is like an upside down cross and like Satan and stuff going on, and then in their walls at the house they hear all this like moaning and laughing and just creepy noises, and they go down the basement and he sees his cousin that had hung himself like a zombie, and then another relative that had slipped down the stairs and broken her neck. I've never actually blocked him, but he makes different profiles and comes under different names anyway. I've never blocked anybody. And it's written in a series of letters. So some of the letters are written by his friend and some of the letters are written by him. This is from his friend, from the pocket journal of Calvin McCann. He is stronger today. We talked briefly of the apparitions in the cellar, agreed they were neither hallucinations or of an ectoplasmic origin, but real. Does Mr. Boone suspect as I do that they have gone? Perhaps the noises are still, yet all is ominous yet, o'ercast with a dark pall. It seems we wait in the deceptive eye of the storm. Excuse me. Have found a packet of papers in an upstairs bedroom, lying in the bottom drawer of an old roll-top desk. Some correspondence and receipted bills led me to believe the room was Robert Boone's. that the most interesting document is a few jottings on the back of an advertisement for gentlemen's beaver hats. At the top is writ, "Blessed are the meek." Below, the following apparent nonsense is writ. It's a series of letters, BKE, and then a bunch of other letters. "I believe 'tis the key of the locked and coded book in the library. The cipher above is certainly a rustic one, used in the War for Independence, known as the fence rail. When one removes the nulls from the second bit of scribble, the following is obtained." And then still indiscernible letters. Read up and down rather than across. Okay, the result is the original quotation from the Beatitudes. Before I dare show this to Mr. Boone, I must be sure of the book's contents. Another letter, October 24th, 1850. "Dear Bones, an amazing occurrence. Cal, always close-mouthed until absolutely sure of himself, a rare and admirable human trait, has found the diary of my grandfather Robert. The document was in code which Cal himself has broken. He modestly declares that the discovery was an accident, but I suspect that perseverance and hard work had rather more to do with it. At any rate, what a somber light it sheds on our mysteries here. The first entry is dated June 1st, 1789, the last October 27th, 1789, 4 days before the cataclysmic disappearance of which Mrs. Cloris spoke. It tells a tale of deepening obsession, nay, of madness, and it makes hideously clear the relationship between great-uncle Philip and the town of Jerusalem's lot, and the book which rests in that desecrated church. The town itself, according to Robert Boone, predates Chapelwaite, built in 1782, and Preacher's Corners, known in those days as Preacher's Rest, and founded in 1741. It was founded by a splinter group of the Puritan faith in 1710, a sect headed by a dour religious fanatic named James Boone. What a start that name gave me. That this Boone bore relation to my family can hardly be doubted. I believe Mrs. Cloris could not have been more right in her superstitious belief that familiar bloodline is of crucial importance in this matter. And I recall with terror her answer to my question about Philip and his relationship to Salem's Lot. "Blood relation," said she, "and I fear that is so." The town became a settled community built around the church where Boone preached or held court. My grandfather intimates that he also held commerce with any number of ladies from the town, assuring them that this was God's way and will. As a result, the town became an anomaly which could only have existed in those isolated and queer days when belief in witches and the virgin birth existed hand in hand. An interbred, rather degenerate, religious village controlled by a half-mad preacher whose twin gospels were the Bible and Daguja's sinister demon dwellings. A community in which rites of exorcism were held regularly. A community of incest and the insanity and physical defects which so often accompany that sin. I suspect and believe Robert Boone must have also, that one of the Boone's bastards' offspring must have left, or been spirited away from Jerusalem's Lot to seek his fortune to the south, and thus founded our present lineage. I do know, by my own family reckoning, that our clan supposedly originated in that part of Massachusetts, which has so lately become this sovereign state of Maine. My great-grandfather, Kenneth Boone, became a rich man as a result of the then flourishing fur trade. It was his money, increased by time and wise investment, which built this ancestral home long after his death in 1763. His sons, Philip and Robert, built Chapelwaite. "Blood calls to blood," Miss Cloris said. Could it be that Kenneth was born of James Boone, fled the madness of his father and his father's town, only to have his sons, all unknowing, build the Boone home not 2 miles from the Boone beginnings? If 'tis true, does it not seem that some huge and invisible hand has guided us? According to Robert's diary, James Boone was ancient in 1789, and he must have been. Granting him an age of 25 in the year of the town's founding, he would have been 104, a prodigious age. The following is quoted direct from Robert Boone's diary. August 4th, 1789. Today, for the first time, I met this man with whom my brother has been so unhealthily taken. I must admit this Boone controls a strange magnetism which upset me greatly. He is a veritable ancient, white-bearded, and dresses in a black cassock, which struck me as somehow obscene. More disturbing yet was the fact that he was surrounded by women, as a sultan would be surrounded by his harem, and P assures me he is active yet, although at least an octogenarian. The village itself I had visited only once before and will not visit again. Its streets are silent and filled with the fear the old man inspires from his pulpit. I fear also the like has mated with like, and so many of the faces are similar. It seemed that each way I turned I beheld the old man's visage. All are so wan, they seem lackluster, as if sucked dry of all vitality. I beheld eyeless and noseless children, women who wept and gibbered and pointed to the sky for no reason, and garbled talk from the scriptures with talk of demons. P wished me to stay for services, but the thought of that sinister ancient in the pulpit before an audience of this town's interbred populace repulsed me, and I made an excuse. The entries preceding and following this tell of Philip's growing fascination with James Boone. I think that's the end of the quote. On September 1st, 1789, Philip was baptized into Boone's church. His brother says, "I'm aghast with amaze and horror. My brother has changed before my very eyes. He even seems to grow to resemble the wretched man." First mention of the book occurs on July 23rd. Robert's diary records it only briefly. P returned from the smaller village tonight with, I thought, a rather wild visage. Would not speak until bedtime, when he said that Boone had inquired after a book titled Mysteries of the Worm. To please P, I promised to write Johns and Goodfellow a letter of inquiry. P, almost fawningly grateful. On August 12th, this notation. Received 2 letters in the post today, one from Johns and Goodfellow in Boston. They have note of the tome in which P has expressed an interest. Only 5 copies extant in this country. The letter is rather cool, odd indeed. I have known Henry Goodfellow for years. August 13th. P, insanely excited by Goodfellow's letter, refuses to say why. He would only say that Boone is exceedingly anxious to obtain a copy. Cannot think why, since by this title it seems only a harmless gardening treatise. I'm worried for Philip. He grows stranger to me daily. I wish now he had not returned to Chapelwaite. The summer is hot, oppressive, and filled with omens. There are only 2 further mentions of the infamous book in Robert's diary. He seems not to have realized the true importance of it, even at the end, from the entry of September 4th. I have petitioned Goodfellow to act as P's agent in the matter of the purchase, although my better judgment cries against it. What use to demur? Has he not his own money? Should I refuse? And in return I have extracted a promise from Philip to recant this noisome baptism. I have an extremely offensive smell, noisome vapors from the surrounding waste, smoldering waste. Very disagreeable or unpleasant. A noisome concoction, so... recant this noisome baptism. Yet he is so hectic, nearly feverish. I do not trust him. I am hopelessly at sea in this matter. Finally, September 16th. The book arrived today, with a note from Goodfellow saying he wishes no more of my trade. P was excited to an unnatural degree, all but snatched the book from my hands. It is writ in bastard Latin, and a runic script of which I can read nothing. The thing seemed almost warm to the touch, and to vibrate in my hands, as if it contained a huge power. I reminded P of his promise to recant, and he only laughed in in an ugly, crazed fashion and waved the book in my face, crying over and over again, "We have it! We have it! The worm! The secret of the worm!" He's now fled, I suppose to his mad benefactor, and I have not seen him more this day. Of the book there is no more, but I have made certain deductions which seem at least probable. First, that this book was, as Miss Cloris has said, the subject of the falling out between Robert and Philip. Second, that it is a repository of unholy incantation, possibly of Druidic origin. Many of the Druidic blood rituals were preserved in print by the Roman conquerors of Britain in the name of scholarship, and many of these infernal cookbooks are among the world's forbidden literature. Third, that Boone and Philip intended to use the book for their own ends, perhaps in some twisted way. They intended good, but I do not believe it. I believe they had long before bound themselves over to whatever faceless powers exist beyond the rim of the universe, powers which may exist beyond the very fabric of time. The last entries of Robert Boone's diary let a dim glow of approbation to these speculations, and I allow them to speak for themselves. October 26, 1789. A terrific babble in Preacher's Corner today. Frawley, the blacksmith, seized my arm and demanded to know what your brother and that mad Antichrist are into up there. Goody Randall claims there have been signs in the sky of great impending disaster. A cow has been born with 2 heads. As for myself, I know not what impends. Perhaps 'tis my brother's insanity. His hair has gone gray almost overnight. His eyes are great bloodshot circles from which the pleasing light of sanity seems to have departed. He grins and whispers, and for some reason of his own has begun to haunt our cellar when not in Jerusalem's lot. The whippoorwills congregate about the house and upon the grass. Their combined calling from the mist blends with the sea into an unearthly shriek that precludes all thought of sleep. October 27, 1789. Followed P this evening when he departed for Jerusalem's lot, keeping a safe distance to avoid discovery. The cursed whippoorwills flock through the woods, filling all with a deathly, psychopompic chant. I dared not cross the bridge. The town all dark except for the church, which was litten with a ghastly red glare that seemed to transform the high-peaked windows into the eyes of the inferno. Voices rose and fell in a devil's litany, sometimes laughing, sometimes sobbing. The very ground seemed to swell and groan beneath me as if it bore an awful weight, and I fled, amazed and full of terror, the hellish screaming cries of the whippoorwills dinning in my ears as I ran through those shadow-riven woods. All tends to the climax, yet unforeseen. I dare not sleep for the dreams that come, yet not remain awake for what lunatic terrors may come. The night is full of awful sounds, and I fear. And yet I feel the urge to go again, to watch, to see. It seems that Philip himself calls me, and the old man. The birds. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Here the diary of Robert Boone ends. Yet you must notice, Bones, near the conclusion, that he claims Philip himself seemed to call him. My final conclusion is formed by these lines, by the talk of Miss Cloris and the others, but most of all by those terrifying figures in the cellar, dead yet alive. Our line is yet an unfortunate one, Bones. There is a curse over us which refuses to be buried. It lives a hideous shadow life in this house and that town, and the culmination of the cycle is drawing close again. I am the last of the Boone blood, and I fear that something knows this, and that I am at the nexus of an evil endeavor beyond all sane understanding. The anniversary is All Saints' Eve, 1 week from today. How shall I proceed? If only you were here to counsel me, to help me. If only you were here. I must know all. I must return to the shunned town. May God support me. Charles. From the pocket journal of Calvin McCann. October 25th, 1850. Mr. Boone has slept nearly all this day. His face is pallid and much thinner. I fear recurrence of his fever is inevitable. While refreshing his water carafe, I caught sight of 2 unmailed letters to Mr. Granson in Florida. He plans to return to Jerusalem's lot. 'Twill be the killing of him if I allow it. Dare I steal away to Preacher's Corner and hire a buggy? I must, and yet, what if he wakes? If I should return and find him gone? The noises have begun in our walls again. Thank God he still sleeps. My mind shudders from the import of this. Later. I brought him his dinner on a tray. He plans on rising later, and despite his evasions, I know what he plans. Yet I go to Preacher's Corners. Several of the sleeping powders prescribed to him during his late illness remained with my things. He drank one with his tea. All unknowing, he sleeps again. To leave him with the things that shamble behind our walls terrifies me. To let him continue even one more day within these walls terrifies me even more greatly. I have locked him in. God grant he should still be there, safe and sleeping, when I return with the buggy. Still later. Stoned me like a wild and rabid dog. Monsters and fiends, these that call themselves men. We are prisoners here. The birds, the whippoorwills, have begun to gather. October 26, 1850. Next day. Dear Bones, it is nearly dusk, and I have just wakened, having slept nearly the last 24 hours away. Although Cal has said nothing, I suspect he put a sleeping powder in my tea, having gleaned my intentions. He is a good and faithful friend, intending only the best, and I shall say nothing. Yet my mind is set. Tomorrow is the day. I am calm, resolved, but also seem to feel the subtle onset of the fever again. If it is so, it must be tomorrow. Perhaps tonight would be better still. Yet not even the fires of hell itself could induce me to set foot in the village by shadowlight. Should I write no more, may God bless you, Bones. Charles. Postscriptum. The birds have set up their cry, and the horrible shuffling sounds have begun again. Cal does not think I hear, but I do. Charles. From the Pocket Journal of Calvin McCann, October 27th, 1850, 5 a.m. He is impersuadable. Very well, I go with him. November 4th, 1850. Dear Bones, weak yet lucid. I am not sure of the date, yet my almanac assures me by tide and sunset that it must be correct. I sit at my desk where I sat when I first wrote you from Chapelwaite, and look over the dark sea from which the last of the light is rapidly fading. I shall never see more. This night is my night. I leave it for whatever shadows be. How it heaves itself at the rocks, the sea. It throws clouds of sea foam at the darkling skies and banners, making the floor beneath me tremble. In the window glass I see my reflection, pallid as any vampire's. I have been without nourishment since the 27th of October, and should have been without water, had not Kelvin left the craft beside my bed on that day. Oh, Cal, he is no more, Bones. He is gone in my place, in the place of this wretch, with his pipe-stem arms and skull face, who I see reflected back in the darkened glass. And yet he may be the more fortunate, for no dreams haunt him as they have haunted me these last days. Twisted shapes that lurk in the nightmare corridors of delirium. Even now my hands tremble. I have splotched the page with ink. Kelvin confronted me on that morning just as I was about to slip away, and I, thinking I had been so crafty. I told him that I had decided we must leave, and asked him if he would go to Tandril, some 10 miles distant, and hire a trap where we were less notorious. He agreed to make the hike, and I watched him leave by the sea road. When he was out of sight, I quickly made myself ready, donning both coat and muffler, for the weather had turned frosty. The first touch of coming winter was on that morning's cutting breeze. I wished briefly for a gun, then laughed at myself for the wish. What avails guns in such a matter? I let myself out by the pantry way, pausing for a last look at the sea and sky, for the smell of the fresh air against the putrescence. I knew I should smell soon enough, for the sight of a foraging gull wheeling below the clouds. I turned, and there stood Kelvin McCann. "You shall not go alone," said he, and his face was as grim as ever I have seen it. "But Kelvin," I began. "No, not a word. We go together and do what we must, or I return you bodily to the house. You are not well. You shall not go alone." It is impossible to describe the conflicting emotions that swept over me. Confusion, pique, gratefulness. Yet the greatest of them was love. feeling of irritation or resentment resulting from a slight, especially to one's pride, he left in a fit of pique. We made our way silently past the summer house and the sundial, down the weed-covered verge and into the woods. All was dead still. Not a bird sang, nor a wood cricket chirped. The world seemed cupped in a silent pall. There was only the ever-present smell of salt, and from far away, the faint tang of wood smoke. The woods were blazoned riot of color, but, to my eye, scarlet seemed to predominate all. Soon the scent of salt passed, and another more sinister odor took its place, that rottenness which I have mentioned. When we came to the leaning bridge which spanned the Royal, I expected Cal to ask me again to defer, but he did not. He paused, looked at that grim spire which seemed to mock the blue sky above it, and then looked at me. We went on. We proceeded with quick yet dread footsteps to James Boone's church. The door still hung ajar from our ladder exit, and the darkness within seemed to leer at us. As we mounted the steps, brass seemed to fill my heart. My hand trembled as it touched the door handle and pulled it. The smell within was greater, more noxious than ever. We stepped into the shadowy anteroom, and with no pause into the main chamber. It was a shambles. Something vast had been at work in there, and a mighty destruction had taken place. Pews were overturned and heaped like jackstraws. The wicked cross lay against the east wall, and a jagged hole in the plaster above it testified to the force which it had been hurled. Happy 420! I'm all out, but you guys enjoy for me. Happy 420. The oil lamps had been ripped from their high fixtures, and the reek of whale oil mingled with the terrible stink which pervaded the town. Set a timer for 20 minutes.
Your timer.
Cancel timer.
I stopped the timer.
Set a timer for 17 minutes.
Okay, your timer is set for 17 minutes.
And down the center aisle, like a ghastly bridle path, was a trail of black ichor, mingled with sinister tendrils of blood. Our eyes followed it to the pulpit, the only untouched thing in view. Atop it, stared at us from across that blasphemous book with glazed eyes, was the butchered body of a lamb. God, Kelvin whispered. We approached, keeping clear of the slime on the floor. The room echoed back our footsteps and seemed to transmute them into the sound of gigantic laughter. We mounted the narthex together. The lamb had not been torn or eaten. It appeared rather to have been squeezed until its blood vessels had forcibly ruptured. Blood lay in thick and noisome puddles on the lectern itself and about the base of it. Yet on the book it was transparent, and the crabbed ruins could be read through it as through colored glass. May we touch it? Cal asked, unfaltering. Yes, I must have it. What will you do? What should have been done 60 years ago? I'm going to destroy it. We rolled the lamb's corpse away from the book. It struck the floor with a hideous, lolling thud. The blood-stained pages now seemed alive with a scarlet glow of their own. My ears began to ring and hum. A low chant seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. From the twisted look on Cal's face, I knew he heard the same. The floor beneath us trembled as if the familiar which haunted this church came now onto us to protect its own. The fabric of sane space and time seemed to twist and crack, and the church seemed to fill with specters and litten with the hell glow of eternal cold fire. Litten. Yeah? Oh, thank you. I don't see that word in here. I wonder if it's a typo or something. With the hell glow of eternal cold fire, it seemed that I saw James Boone, hideous and misshapen, cavorting around the supine body of a woman, and my grand-uncle Philip behind him, an acolyte in black hooded cassock who held a knife in a bowl. Duum vobiscum magna vermis. The words shuddered and writhed on the page before me, soaked in the blood of sacrifice, prize of a creature that shambles beyond the stars. A blind, interbred congregation swaying in mindless, demonic praise, deformed faces filled with hungering, nameless anticipation. And the Latin was replaced by an older tongue, ancient when Egypt was young, and the pyramids unbuilt, ancient when this earth still hung in an unformed, boiling firmament of empty gas. Gaigan, Vardar, Yogasoth, Verminus, Gaigan, Gaigan, Gaigan! The pulpit began to rend and split, pushing upward. Calvin screamed and lifted an arm to shield his face. The narthex trembled with a huge, tenebrous motion, like a ship racked in a gale. I snatched up the book and held it away from me. It seemed filled with the heat of the sun, and I felt that I should be cindered, blinded. "Run!" Calvin screamed. "Run!" But I stood frozen, and the alien presence filled me like an ancient vessel that had waited for years, for generations. "Gaigan Vardar!" I screamed. "Servant of Yoggoth, the Nameless One! The worm from beyond space! Star-eater! Blinder of time! Verminus! Now comes the hour of filling, the time of rending! Verminus! Alia! Alia! Gaigan!" Calvin pushed me, and I tottered, the church whirling before me, and fell to the floor. My head crashed against the edge of an upturned pew, and red fire filled my head, yet seemed to clear it. I groped for sulfur matches I had brought. Subterranean thunder filled the place. Plaster fell. The rusted bell in the steeple pealed a choked devil's carillon in sympathetic vibration. My match flared. I touched at the book just as the pulpit exploded upward in a rending explosion of wood. A huge black maw was discovered beneath. Cal tottered on the edge, his hands held out. His face descended in a wordless scream that I shall hear forever. And then there was a huge surge of gray, vibrating flesh. The smell became a nightmare tide. It was a huge outpouring of viscid, pustulant jelly, a huge and awful form that seemed to skyrocket from the very bowels of the ground. And yet, with a sudden horrible comprehension, which no man can have known, I perceived that it was but one ring, one segment of a monster worm that existed eyeless for years in the chambered darkness beneath that abominated church. The book flared all right in my hands, and the thing seemed to scream soundlessly above me. Calvin was struck glancingly and flung the length of the church like a doll with a broken neck. It subsided. The thing subsided, leaving only a huge shattered hole surrounded with black slime and a great screaming, mewling sound that seemed to fade through the colossal distances and was gone. I looked down. The book was ashes. I began to laugh, then to howl like a struck beast. All sanity left me, and I sat on the floor with blood streaming from my temple, screaming and gibbering into those unhallowed shadows while Calvin sprawled in the far corner, staring at me with glazing, horror-struck eyes. I have no idea how long I existed in that state. It is beyond all telling. But when I came again to my faculties, shadows had drawn long paths around me, and I sat in twilight. Movement had caught my eye, movement from the shattered hole in the narthex floor. A hand groped its way over the riven floorboards. My mad laughter choked in my throat. All hysteria melted into numb bloodlessness. With terrible, vengeful slowness, a racked figure pulled itself up from darkness, and a half-skull peered at me. Beetles crawled over the fleshless forehead. A rotted cassock clung to the askews, hollows of molded collarbones. Only the eyes lit, red, insane pits that glared at me with more than lunacy. They glared with the empty life of the pathless wastes beyond the edges of the universe. It came to take me down to darkness. That was when I fled, screeching, leaving the body of my lifelong friend unheeded in that place of dread. I ran until the air seemed to burst like magma in my lungs and brain. I ran until I had gained this possessed and tainted house again, in my room, where I collapsed and have lain like a dead man until today. I ran because even in my crazed state, and even in the shattered ruin of that dead yet animated shape, I had seen the family resemblance, yet not of Philip or of Robert, whose likenesses hang in the upstairs gallery. That rotted visage belonged to James Boone, keeper of the worm. He still lives somewhere in the twisted, lightless wanderings beneath Jerusalem's lot and Chapelwaite, and it still lives. The burning of the book thwarted it, but there are other copies. Yet I am the gateway. I am the last of the Boone blood. For the good of humanity, I must die and break the chain forever. I go to the sea now, Bones. My journey, like my story, is at an end. May God rest you and grant you all peace. Charles. The odd series of papers above was eventually received by Mr. Everett Granson, to whom they had been addressed. It is assumed that a recurrence of the unfortunate brain fever which struck him originally, following the death of his wife in 1848, caused Charles Boone to lose his insanity and murder his companion and longtime friend, Mr. Calvin McCann. The entries in McCann's pocket journal are a fascinating exercise in forgery, undoubtedly perpetrated by Charles Boone in an effort to reinforce his own paranoid delusions. In at least two particulars, however, Charles Boone is proved wrong. First, when the town of Jerusalem's lot was rediscovered, I use the term historically, of course, the floor of the narthex, although rotted, showed no sign of explosion or huge damage. Although the ancient pews were overturned and several windows shattered, this can be assumed to be the work of the vandals from neighboring towns over the years. Among the older residents of Preacher's Corners and Chandrell, there is still some idle rumor about Jerusalem's lot. Perhaps in his day, it was the kind of harmless folk legend which started Charles Boone's mind on its fatal course. But this seems hardly relevant. Second, Charles Boone was not the last of his line. His grandfather, Robert Boone, sired at least two bastards. One died in infancy. The second took the Boone name and located in the town of Central Falls, Rhode Island. I am the final descendant of this offshoot of the Boone line, Charles Boone's second cousin, removed by 3 generations. These papers have been in my committal for 10 years. I offer them for publication on the occasion of my residence in the Boone ancestral home, Chapelwaite, in the hope that the reader will find sympathy in his heart for Charles Boone, his poor, misguided soul. So far as I can tell, he was correct only about one thing. This place badly needs the services of an exterminator. There are some huge rats in the walls, by the sound. Signed, James Robert Boone, October 2nd, 1971. The end. That was pretty good. That was Jerusalem's Lot by Stephen King, the first short story in Night Shift. I thought I read this as his first book of... Stephen King's first collection of stories. Is an early showcase of the depths that King's wicked imagination could plumb. In these 20 tales we see mutated rats gone bad, a cataclysmic virus that threatens humanity, a smoker who will try anything to stop, a reclusive alcoholic who begins a gruesome transformation, and many more. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Maybe we'll play a couple of songs here. This song is When I Grow Too Old to Dream. This one's also by Rose Murphy. I'm all out, Elliot. I'm all out. Dang the heck. Good to see you, though. What's totally free and saved your sanity? Dang it right to heck. All the way there. I've never heard of that one. Hey, Christina. Is it like guided imagery kind of stuff? Meditation, deep breathing, that kind of stuff? Oh, that sounds kind of funny. I like that idea. So that was When I Grow Too Old to Dream by Rose Murphy, and this one's I'll Dance You by Eddie Howard. You can share it to if you're in Dang Nation. You can share it to that group if you want. In just a breathless moment now, violin will sound. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down, we'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fairly well and never let you go. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down, we'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fairly well and never let you go. Good night, old friends and new. All right. We've come once again to the anticlimax. I'm gonna take my Lamictal here too. Dang it. All right. All right, so once again, we've come to the anticlimax. Some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 854 pills, 854 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and rounded about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. Are you still here, Dave? Wow. Number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boiler sheet, knell, hell, heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Addison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse and pinch of Peter Pan. A pound of Popeye, I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with antisub. Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college dry of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python, finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the sky with diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas, getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. Dang it. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, I gotta slow down because we're only one thing from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo. All right, pill number 854 down the hatch. We are robot. All right, dang it to heck.
Good night, old friend and new.
Oh, thank you all for being here. I had a great time tonight. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Good night, Laura. Good night, Emily. Good night, everyone. All right, this is the house that Jack built. This is the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden all forlorn, milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the moth that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cock that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest all shaven and shorn, that married a man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the moth, that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest all shaven and shorn, that married the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the moth, that lay in the house that Jack built. Oh man, I'm surviving. I turned it into something positive for me, and yeah, it's giving me purpose in life. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Thank you, though. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. I can safely have sex with whoever I want. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Well, I don't have a lot of time to answer questions, but I was first diagnosed in 2015, August of 2015. All right, so come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. All right, I love you all. Good night, good night, good night. Good night, everyone. I love you.